Well, I got caught by surprise here. Welcome, everybody. This is Barry Anderson, Trade Ideas, welcoming you to the pre-market show for April 1st, Wednesday, April 1st. Don't get fooled today, guys. First of all, a couple of yeses. Thank you, Pepe. You think, okay, good. YouTube's okay today. And good morning. So you guys can hear me in the main room. Okay, we're good to go, both rooms. All right, guys, CYCN. This is the big one today in terms of percentage up. And let's see, 487 trading higher after the company announced it entered into a definitive merger agreement with, this is a private company. I believe it's out of no screen. Okay. Something, I have to admit, something weird kind of happened. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment. All right, you should see the screen now. Okay, interesting. Might have some issues going on in this room then, because what happened is this little pop-up that I get rid of, it popped up again afterwards. Well, I get rid of it, so I don't wanna see it. Anyway, I'll have to hopefully that doesn't pop up again. Okay, so CYCN, again, a private company, merger with a private company. It's a Korean, I think it's Korean. Well, anyway, it's to do with Alzheimer's. I'm not sure where they're out of, but it's a private company they're merging with, CYCN. So that is the big reason for that one popping up. BCG. So it's technically not an earnings play. We have it here. April, it looks like April the 6th, but it looks like they're kind of pre-releasing, reporting year over year increase in Q4 financial results. So it may as well be an earnings play. Now, how about this? I know William mentioned this one. I saw this one. Like Nike. Last time I remember seeing Nike was, $80, $100 in that range. Nike, wow, $46 now, down 11%. It is an earnings play. How long are we talking? Yeah, I mean, this is back here, you know, less than a year ago, this was an $80 stock. It's just been sliding away. Look at this over the last few weeks. So that's Nike, NKE. You gotta look for maybe a bounce in that. Maybe I don't know. Maybe no bounce. This is guys. This is a lifetime low. I don't know how far back we go. Maybe there's maybe there's a price lower. 20 years ago. I think we go back about 10 or 15 years in our charts. Right now, this is basically a lifetime low for Nike, NKE, Nike lifetime low. Let that sink in. Hmm. And William also mentioned used to be the restoration hardware or something like that. This is also an earnings play, gapping down 22%. Now this is a low float. I mean, crazy how low the float is for a $100 stock, 15 million in the float. So it's crazy that it has only that number of shares in the float. Anyway, down 22% now on earnings, and that is RH. Not a lifetime low, but this earnings per share by 25%. Anyway, okay, I'm just trying to digest all that. RENX, RENX, another not an earnings play. A lot of volume. Wow, a lot of volume, 23 million. So again, it may as well be an earnings play, I guess. Beats revenue guidance, delivering 8.2 million in post-acquisition revenue, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess it's an earnings play. We don't have an earnings date for it. It's relatively new. Because it started trading as RENX 3 months ago, 3.5 months ago. Okay, so William cannot keep. Okay, thank you for that, William. So, Obi, up to you if you want to. Of course, you don't have to. William can't keep the room open after I leave today. So, up to you, Obi, if you want to or not. No pressure at all. Hmm. TH. So, can we believe this? Surges after $550 million pact for data center. Now, how much did they make out of that? Right now, though, the stock is up 32%. It's probably a very low float. Actually, you know what? It's not very low. I mean, it's low, but it's not very low. 32 million in the float. Here is an earnings play, guys. Encino. NCNO is an earnings play. Look at this one, up 23%. Decent volume, not huge. Pretty big float, actually, 109 million. So that's a big move. With that sort of a float, 23% up on earnings. So let's take a look at our daily chart. Daily chart tells me that there is some room if it wants to. 1906. I think that's the next high. 1840 is that daily high. So and the day before that was around 1906. So there's a little bit of room for this to keep moving if it wants to. Now you can see if it can take out say 1912 without lots of room on top. Hopefully Poe didn't hold this overnight. NCI, yeah. I mean, what a run it went on after it got halted. Closed it, got actually over $2. Anyway, back down to earth, 67 cents. So yeah, NCNO guys, that could be a very interesting one. I saw there it is. I was going to say I saw BIF, and there it is. Test five. Well, either test five or not quite over the 200-day moving average. Okay, that's one thing over the 200-day. Give me one moment. That's okay. VIAF, the next guy looking left is five, a little over five. I think Tilray might be an earnings. Yeah, Tilray is an earnings play, and yeah, okay, it's up 2%. Can't get too. I can't. I just can't get into these cannabis plays at all. Let's take a look at MSOS. What has it been doing? Remember this a few weeks ago when all the excitement about the cannabis plays a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago, meaning December of last year. So here's the cannabis index, 720, and just slip sliding away. Now, is CYCN shortable for me? CYCN is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Rhythm, yeah, Rhyme. Yeah, there wasn't very much volume. I saw this one, not much volume. Low float, 1.45 million. They announced a amendments to the license act with Green Thumb Industries. Engage in the development of hardware and software solutions for indoor agriculture. Now, what does that mean? Maybe I'm wrong. Nike, man, I've got Nike thumbnail. I just can't believe it. All time, basically an all time low. Again, guys, if you go back far enough, maybe Nike is lower, but Unilever. I'm just mentioning this one. Continuing, yeah, continuing down. It's below yesterday's. I think it's below yesterday's low now. UL 55.65. Yes, it was. Yeah, it's definitely below yesterday's low now. Let's take a look at some of the sectors now, guys. So the SPY is up, but it has drifted down. When I first saw it this morning, when I got up, it was at 657. So it's off about 4 points from the highs in the free market. It looks like. So the top sector right now, not very much volume though. NLR. Yeah, this is the nukes and uranium ETF. But here's the semi. Here are the semis, guys. SMH. Semis are hanging tough now. Had a nice day yesterday. Was the mark? Wow, I did not know the market was up 1124 yesterday. Really, look at that. I knew the SPY was up 18 or so. Didn't know the Dow was up so much. So the semis, XLK Technology, XLI Industrials, all these are positive right now, as would be expected. XLE Energy is depending on what happens. Energy is down. XLE, oil fields, or excuse me, oil services, OIH. Silver's down. Not much, but it is down. And consumer staples off a little bit. XLU dividends basically flat. So that's a quick look at some of the major sectors in the pre-market. All right, guys, time is now 9:14, so about 15 minutes before the 9:30 open. ASTC is on the move here a little bit. My guess is that lunar. Well, let's take a look at lunar before I say that. Fly. Take a look at lunar. LUNR. Yeah. So the space stocks are kind of alive today. UCAR. Somebody mentioned UCAR. UCAR. Oh, cheap one. Okay. So under $1. UBXG is there was no volume. Well, okay, there's still no volume on this one, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, didn't see any news on this one. Down 30% though. All right, so this company is doing a financing. Okay, that's why it's down. Pricing of the financing is at, and they don't tell us, it's a $4 million based on how it's trading. Maybe it's at a dollar. And that is VIVS. Change the name of this. Nike, another new low, guys, in the pre-market. NKE, another new low. No, I thought we had got rid of these spikes. People, I thought we got rid of these spikes. These are false prints or something like that. Let me just, I want to point that out to Chris because I thought we had got rid of those. All right, let's take a look at some of these other ones. ONS, ONDS. Let's see, ONDS. A little bit of room, actually not much room. No, if you look, I mean, when I say not much room, I'm just looking left to see where the next high is. The next high is pretty close, so not interested. Morning, Stefan, in our YouTube room. All right, guys, what else? So we've talked about the NCNO. This could be a really interesting one. It's already up 24%. It's not a low float. It's an earnings play. Excuse me. Has room. I think I'm trying to put a price alert somewhere. I guess I didn't. Has room to 1907 is the next high looking left. But probably, I mean, if it can, maybe not today, but I'm going to put a price alert around the 1912 mark. Okay, maybe it happens today, but if it doesn't happen today, maybe tomorrow, because then there's a lot of room after that. So that is the NCNO. Also, Nike had a bounce. He said RH had a little bounce, and so did Nike have a little bounce. Huckleberry, Heckleberry, Heckleberry said RH had a little bounce, and so did Nike have a little bounce. And I'm talking little. There's the VWAP also. All right, so guys, Nike's challenging the VWAP here. You can see on my 2-minute chart, you can see the VWAP is right there, that purple line. That is the VWAP. So a little bit of a challenge at the VWAP. Speaking of VWAP challenges, let's take a look at the SPY. Always interesting to see what it's doing with respect to the VWAP. So there is the VWAP. That's that purple line. So a little bit underneath, chopping around a bit. Well, I'm going to put a price alert at the VWAP. Okay, I mean, look what it's done. It right into it. The VWAP's around just around $47. Why that little? I don't know why that happens. That little rectangular box happens every now and then. It does happen. I'm going to bracket this. Okay, I'm going to bracket the low in the pre-market with that, and on the low side, and of course, on the high side, the VWAP. I want to see what happens. So, Almond Shamera in our YouTube room, when you say, okay, you can't auto trade in the pre-market, number one. Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, you're not auto trade in the pre-market. Now, if you want to, now paper trading, I mean, you can use our simulator. You don't have to use E-Trade simulator. Okay, you don't have to have E-Trade connected at all. If you want to simulate trading, you can use our paper trader. Okay, but you cannot auto trade in the pre-market. So you have to have. So it's something to do with E-Trade. Somebody asked me that a long time ago. I don't know if that was you, Alan, but somebody asked me that quite a while ago. I have no idea. I don't trade ETFs very often. I don't see why not, but I don't know. I can't tell. I can't answer that question. Anybody with Interactive Brokers using or trading ETFs? Can you use margin? Okay, you just answered your own question. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you know who you can trust? You can trust Gemini, Alan. Oh yeah, that's my sidekick. Well, but you're talking about you're talking about a search engine. Gemini, I don't consider a search engine. Anyway, I don't want to get off on a tangent on that. All right, guys. Well, CYCN back over five. Back over five. Okay, Alman, did you hear what I said regarding E-Trade and all, got nothing to do with paper trading. You should use our simulator, but you cannot auto trade in the pre-market. So anyway, yeah, CYCN is okay. Where can it go on the daily chart? Hmm. Weekly chart can't see anything. So the next highs on the monthly chart looks like around 625. 625. That was so that's a year ago. Over a little over a year ago, February of last year, that the highs. Well, I don't know who this Corsana Biosciences is, but plus the $380 million funding, I guess that also helps. The company will get $380 million in a private funding. Okay. And this is an Alzheimer's drug. All right, guys, we have about a little less than 2 minutes for the 9:30 open. CRML, CRML, with critical metals. What is this one doing? It is doesn't look that in. Well, maybe. I mean, it's got some. It does have some room. I mean, the 200-day moving average is up in this area. So, by the way, guys, this is my last day doing this. Okay, so if you've had fun with me over the last 10 years, great. Why? I'm just tired of you guys. Yeah. April Fools, guys. April Fools. April Fools. All right, guys, we are almost open now. And who knows for how much longer I'll do this, but certainly longer than today. Taking a ride into the Artemis. That's funny. That's the first since is it since 1974? Did I read that? 1972 or 1974? That's the last manned something like that, isn't it? Wow. Now they're not landing on the moon. They're gonna journey around it, but all right, guys, we're now open. So let's first of all, I want to get rid of these. Just okay, and get this race going. Nike, now, did that mean it took out the VWAP? No, it did not. That means it's at the low, it's a low of the took out the pre-market low. Nike took out the pre-market low. NKE took out the pre-market low. THE on the move, guys. THE is on the move, over 13 now. I have a lot of these thumbnails, so that's why I don't need them here. Well, there's a big drop for the CYCN. Got what did it get up to 670, 670, and right back down to 550. One reason I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. So maybe some resistance now for the RENX, right around this area here, the 280 mark. Okay, the 280 mark. DraftKings. Okay, let's take a look at DraftKings. DKNG. It is room. Okay, $23.71. So there's a ton of room for DraftKings. Just want to see if there's any specific news on it. Specific news. Um, this was yesterday. DraftKings is maintained positive by Susquehanna. DraftKings on the move here, guys. DraftKings on the move. I don't see any specific news on it. I see some price targets, but they've been lowered, like from 38 to 34. Susquehanna did the same sort of thing, lowered it from 33 to 32. Really, AST, wow. ASTC halted on the way down. You are right. Yeah, halted on the way down. So this one, GENK, halted on the way up. Not very much volume right now. Actually, an earnings play. No volume yet. This is actually an earnings play. GENK is an earnings play. At least we have it. Yeah, it is an earnings play. Now, so it looks like they lost 36 cents earnings per share versus 4 cents last year. So that's not good. Yeah, Alman. So we do allow auto trading on your own strategies. Okay. If you backtest your strategy and you feel comfortable, then yes, you can attach it to your broker. But right now, you're doing the right thing, testing it in the simulator. Boy, Nike. All right. So CYCN is now after the big pop and then the drop. Volume. So this is trading 12,369 times normal. Normal meaning at 935. Okay. Our relative volume filter is time sensitive. So normally, I mean, it's not going to it's not going to maintain that percent of that ratio, but right now 11,800 times normal, what it normally does up to this time of day. And you look at the volume. Just look at the previous volumes. Okay, NCNO, it had the sort of a bit of a pullback, still up 13%. This is an earnings play. Morning, Ian, in our main room. This is an earnings play, but it is pulled back now. Market as we speak. Now, I don't know. We're getting these we used to not get these. Now, maybe it's because I'm on a development version of Trade Ideas. We, I thought the software is supposed to eliminate these topping tails. All right, so this came out of its halt. GENC came out of its halt. ELAB was a big one from yesterday, guys. ELAB was a active one, I should say, an active one from yesterday, and it's still active. It's above yesterday's high. Looks like to me, anyway, coming into a whole bunch of potential resistance, though, on that daily chart. But it is, and there's the VWAP above it, 753 or so. So there's the VWAP above it. That may stall it also. FGL halted on the way down. Okay, halted on the way down. Yeah, I saw Intel. Intel won a race here. Saw Intel, Ozzy. Next high looking left for Intel is 47.89. So about $1 to that next high. Whoa, CYCN now. It's come all the way back. High is at 659. Look at that volume. Nike continues to make new lows here, guys. Nike, NKE, earnings play. I still can't get my head around this. I haven't, I don't look at Nike very often, but the last time I remember seeing it was around $80, $45 now. Nike. Take a quick look at the sectors, guys. So SMH, semis, nice knowing you, Grumpy. Okay, SMH is this is the semis. NLR, uranium and no, is a volume pickup? Yeah, there's still no volume on that one. Wow, CYCN. I mean, I'm not in it. Now it's just not short. I keep looking at the see if there's shorts becoming available, but nope. At Interactor Brokers. Okay, Grumpy. I know you're trying to be funny. Good. And halted. Yes. Well, let's see where it could open, guys. CYCN. Okay, so this is the Yeah, 100. Yeah, I think Williams cutoff, if he had shorts available for CYCN, I think your cutoff is around 300%. Really? You got to see? Really? Really? This is what I have. I looked in the pre-market. I didn't see any shorts available at CYCN for CYCN. Anyway, this is this blue screen window I'm showing. Oh, April Fools. Gotta- that's only good until I think noon Eastern. Okay, so CYCN guys, 7:35. That's the halt, 7:30, and now here is trying to maybe tell you where it's going to open. Not no big clue. 350%. That's what I thought. I knew it was something over 300. All right. Well, let's see what the other one that has some, fairly big, well, eye-catching news, okay, is the TH with the 350 million or 550 million data center contract. How much they get out of it, how long it is. It's a 5-year term, and that's the TH. Approaching the VWAP. Jeremy on the way down, guys. I mean, FRME, it was an earnings play a couple of days ago. Um, yeah, I mean, the next low looking left is yesterday's low, pretty close. Okay, obviously could be a very wild one. Not a lot of volume yet, but the JC SC, we've seen this one before. 1.8 million in the float, not a ton of volume, less than a million right now. It's above, of course, yesterday's high now, and the weekly high looking left. Let's take a look at the weekly high, 241. Too close. These little highs over here, for me anyway, it looks just too close. All right. Well, RENX, I can tell you now, this is a nice one from our AI guys. And the next high, it got, look what it got you. I think it got right to the penny. That high rate, a little more, 344 is the high today. And that high, look, actually right to the penny. It got right to the penny of that high over here. And that's what stopped it so far. That's the RENX. Well, William, is it getting close? Poe, where's Poe? Calling all Poes out there. Poe, here's your NCI. Okay, CYCN just opened, guys, and just opened and exploded off that 730. Exploded up to 8 and then back down. I was just hoping you didn't hold that overnight, Paul. All right, guys. Well, I'm actually okay. I'm gonna put. I know this is not usually what I would do, but I'm gonna put a price alert at 736 for the CYCN. That was the halt price. Okay, and yes, it popped up, came way down below it, but I want to see if it takes it out again. How many gazillion shares did you take, William? I know we don't talk about how many shares we take and things, but you got to watch the CYCN, okay? Because it can go so quickly. So I have to watch it. Just want to see if it takes that out again. That was the halt price, 738. On the monthly chart, we have room till 939 or so. Just watching, watching, watching. Notice I'm not anticipating. Not anticipating it's going to happen. You're lucky. Well, hopefully you're lucky. They're trading Gram. In terms of shorting CYCN, you must have. I can't remember. I know you've told me in the past. CYCN. Sorry, Centerpoint, Cobra. Not sure who you've got. And just keeping an eye on the market, guys. I just want to see how well this market holds the VWAP. It's a little bit underneath, a little bit choppy right now, of course, but let's see what happens. I want to see if this holds the VWAP. Take a look at Kodiak, okay, from our YouTube room. KOD. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice move so far over the high of yesterday. And what's the volume like? Not. It's not great, but it's not terrible. 2.4 times normal. So at least there's that. And it was an earnings play back here, and a big surge on earnings, I guess. I'm trying to remember if there's any other news that's caused the surge. It's interesting because it says that didn't look good. It must have some other news because it said the net loss widens to $230 million. Q4 net loss was hit. So it wasn't like it was a great earnings play. Maybe it was, top line results for this phase 3. I don't think it had couldn't have had that much to do with earnings. Well, even this one, this Bath and Body, is your Bed Bath and Beyond. Bath and Body Works is moving. $20 or so is the next high looking left. I don't know why this is moving. It's not an earnings play. All right. I thought maybe this had something to do with it, but I don't see any news on this one for the BBWI. All right, HPAI. How much room? 235. So not bad. Is 235 or so is the next high looking left on the daily chart for HPAI. And when these Singaporean stocks, a lot of relative volume is extremely high, and that is HPAI. Uh-oh, Pepe, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at my this large cap gainers, and I'm not seeing the spacing anymore, like that little space. So I have a feeling it's going to get all jumbled up at some point. All right, I want to take a look at Warby. Why? It's just over the whole number. Warby's just over the whole number. WRBY just over the whole number. All right, Warby just over the whole number, guys. Kind of interesting to me anyway. There's obviously a ton of room. 2370 or so is at 2364. Next high looking left. WRBY. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Not a ton of volume, 1.5 times normal. Like just starting out. Yeah, so far a good short for you, trading Graham on the CYCN. Waiting to see if Warby can hold that 22 level. A bit of a spread issue, 0517. So a bit of a spread issue. Nike's trying to curl up, guys. Nike is actually trying to curl up. We're at $46 now. I'm just looking at, again, a thumbnail chart on one of my other monitors. I have it up and running. Okay, guys, CYCN got, and I'm sorry, Trading Rabbit, at CYCN is on the move here. Hopefully I don't know if you've covered or what you've done on it, but oh man, is that what a yank. It was all, it was getting set to maybe take some, but then it just absolutely yanked right back down. Well, I'll take it then. Okay, AJ, I'll your can't miss scan alerted at 1303. Well, okay, 1339 is the next high looking left. So I mean, there's a little bit of room. Hey guys, so the RENX, it was an AI play. Great move. Hold back, holding three. Boy, look at all the halts resumes. I didn't even have a chance to look at VGNT. So this is, I guess it's an IPO, or was this trading in the pre-market? Okay, so this must be a SPAC that turned into VGNT. I haven't seen one like that for a long time. SPACs have not. Yeah, look at that. Why does that happen? Perigo's got some room, guys. PRGO has some room. The next high looking left is 1108. Kind of got right there. If it takes that 1108 again, the next high looking left is 1166. So Perigo PRGO has some room. I'm going to put a price alert in that area. See if it takes it out again. Got right to that, and that's where it stopped. I missed it. Shoot. Shoot, 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 shoot. Missed the CYCN. Oh, well. Well, let's see. Let me do a swap. Wouldn't that be funny if, well, not funny, but I'll do a swap just to see. Well, yeah, but I can't chase it now. I mean, I agree, Monica. I don't think it's over either, but I just can't. I had an order in. Well, order. I was trying to get it at 7:30, but it just ran too quickly for me. The high of the day is up here, almost 8. Well, I'll put a price alert there. I just missed it. I mean, I missed it by about, I don't know, a second, 2 seconds maybe. I blame Pepe because he was asking me about swapping the races. I mean, you're right. I mean, look at it. I mean, it's not. Well, bodybuilding king, it's an impossible question to answer. Okay. What is the win rate? Are you making profits? Everybody has different styles of trading. Some may look at the CYCN and made a ton of money. Okay, maybe, or they got in at the wrong time and they lost. So a lot of it is timing. I'm just looking at CYCN as an example. Okay, so it's an impossible question to answer. Yeah, your can't miss scan missed. Okay, so you had play at what 13:03 or something. That was what your. Oh yeah. Well, it would have given you a dime. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I've got to leave for I don't know 10 minutes or so. Okay, so I will be back. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Doggy duty. So, all right. Oh man, this is the big one I missed because I was watching this on the pullback, guys. The RENX. I think just before I left, I was saying, guys, watch this. It's on the pullback to three, and had the big pop up pullback. This is an AI play. So but it's run on me now, so I really the next high looking left, I think it got almost right to the penny, yeah. 344, that's where it got to. If it takes that out again, 390. So I guess I'm gonna have to put a price alert at the high right here at 344 in case later on in the day it does take that out. Okay, guys, and Nike looks like it's making another new low. All-time low. All-time low for Nike. At least according to us. Okay, again, if somebody's going to say no, no, back in 1980, they. But seriously, I mean, it might as well be an all-time low. Well, Pepe, that experiment, no, that wasn't the problem, obviously. So I'm going to move this back, positioning on my monitor. That didn't seem to be the problem. Very weird. Why don't you say you? Why don't you give me yours? Okay, and I'll adjust it and just see if it happens on my monitor. Boy, now look at it. I mean, this is all okay. It is from my homepage, really. Okay. Well, it's a minor annoyance. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:23. So normally I do all this around $10, but or 10 o'clock. But I'll start right now. So let's take a look at my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. All right. So at the top here, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. Promo code is Barry25. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter if you choose our premium or our standard service. The promos are good for both the monthlies and the annuals for both those, for both standard and premium. All I ask, if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? Because I'm moderating two trading rooms, one in YouTube and one here. And the company tracks the use of the promo codes. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So for those of you who are in YouTube, and you may not realize it, there is another room called the trading room you can come into. It's a lot more action, a lot more interaction amongst other traders in the room, number one. Number two, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for interaction with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so it's a little bit early for me to do that. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. Now, when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Normally what happens is that William keeps this room open later, between 3:30 and 3:45. But he's already told me today that he cannot do that. So it's up to Obi if he wants to. Doesn't have to. If not, I'll have to shut the room down when I leave. Okay? Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer that, but I'll direct you to the people who can. Education. So, oops, before I do that, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can scroll down a little bit further and you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check the spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're wondering about taking out a subscription and you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and you see where it says getting started with Trade Ideas. So if you've just taken out a subscription, mandatory you do this, okay? 12 short videos to get you started, covering most of the key elements of the program. If you don't have the program and you're wondering about it, what I would do is start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay, you can unsubscribe at any time. Okay, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And if you're looking for the information that you see on my screen, click on my homepage link, go down to the custom scan section, click on that, and you will see the large cap gainers is here. The biggest gainers, it has nothing to do with market cap. You notice that you can get some big percentage moves here. This is a 15% move since the race started. Typically, you do not get the big percentage moves in this one because these are larger cap stocks. Okay, doesn't mean they're bad. Just means they're not going to be as volatile. Upside versus downside movers is down here. This is a crawl telling you if it's in green, stocks making new highs of the day. If it's in red, lows of the day. Other filters in place, of course, but that's the idea behind this scroll. All real time. Pulse resumes is down here. I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And then these are all scans, a momentum scan, a gap scanner, a Pepe combo scan, and the William up down 25 cents scan. I'm not using them right now, but I'm still sharing them. You can take a look at them. So if you have any questions about the scans or anything else that's Trade Ideas related, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't think you're interrupting me. In a Yes, Monica. Yes, especially the last part, the at least 8 gray bars above. Yes, at least 8 gray bars above. That's when I start looking. Okay, and then when you look at and if you see the current price a little bit above the POC, that is when you can start kind of looking. That's what I do. I'm using it mainly for shorting. I have to admit, especially so. I mean, you're not going to get the 8 gray bars that much, are you? So it is. You have to have some patience. I'm also looking mainly at the large cap stocks. Sure. There's another wrinkle though, which is hard for me to explain. Let me, I'll look at some of these, okay, these large cap stocks that might be getting a little parabolic. Okay, that's the whole idea. Well, that would be awesome if it got all the way down there. Okay, I mean, I'm not suggesting it's going to get up because that. I mean, you have to look at the POC in some of them, and they're way below by the time it gets, 8 to 10 bars up. But yes, I mean, if it really collapses, sure. So fun is sort of one, okay? FUN is getting. There's a wrinkle. You can also look if you're using TI Wave, Monica. You can also look at. You see fun right now. You see how this is what I also. Had I not been looking at the other thing, I'd be looking at this going, okay, this is maybe getting a little parabolic. It is losing the wave is widening, and the bottom of those bars are not in contact with the top of the wave. That's on a 2 minute chart, okay? But look at a five. Even a five is even more dramatic. All right, guys. Fun, fun, fun. Now, like any other, trying to play a topping play, like any other, I mean, you like to see the market maybe starting to drift down a little bit. But right here, the SPY, I'm not hoping the market drops, believe me, but the market is right now sitting on the VWAP. Okay, right now. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Okay, you guys are talking a little ELAB. We saw ELAB earlier. Yeah, over 8 now. Yeah, no shorts for ELAB, sorry, ELAB at Interactive Brokers, yeah. Morning, Ozzy. Give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back, okay? All right, guys, excuse me, I'm back. All right, for some reason, I have an alert for Cody, CODI. I don't know when I put that. In fact, I better get rid of some of these. Not sure when I actually put that alert on. It wasn't today. Let's see why I would have put it on. Probably to take out, yeah, that high right there. Now the next high looking, yeah, it's not as interesting to me. I thought it was. I thought there'd be a lot more room looking left, but there is not. Monica, you see that flash down for fun? I'm going to have to try to show you the wrinkle okay, later. All right, relay guys, relay, RLAY. Okay, guys, I want to go over this raise. Now, by the way, it is Wednesday. It is Wednesday. So let me see whether or not Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, is going to start a YouTube stream at noon Eastern. Let me just, Steve normally knows. Hmm. Well, hopefully he'll be there. Just going to confirm that he'll be there. Aha. Yes, he will be. Okay. So, guys, in about an hour and 20 minutes from now, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream. That'll be between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. Okay. All right, let me go over this race. Okay, this biggest gain is from the start of the race. I want to go over this race, the concept of it. Oh, look at RGC guys going. I have this one written down for some reason. I didn't talk about this in the pre-market. I'm not sure why I didn't, but I've got this written down on my list. RGC, and then the next. Well, obviously on a monthly chart, it's got a ton of room. On a weekly chart, let's see, 3607. That high is there at 35.70. That high right there is 37.80. So a little bit of room on the, well, a lot of room actually. $1.80 to the next high in the weekly chart. Daily chart can't see that. So someday within this week there could have been a high, but it looks like it still has a little bit of room, some volume coming in to RGC. So let me go over this race. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Now, before I do that, I want to direct people to our user guide so that you can follow along later on, because I'm going to go over some things in the race or the concept of racing. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit till you get to the education section, click on the more info. At the top here, you'll see the user guide, Trade Ideas user guide. And if I've expanded this enough, you're going to see, no, TI stock racing. Okay. So I'm going to talk about stock racing, but here is your guide to it all. TI stock racing, a whole section in our user guide. So I am running 4-minute races. Okay. You can pick whatever time frame you want to run your races, but I'm running 4-minute races. And you can see what happens is that a top 10 list in both of these races, these are different races with different filters, okay? The concept of the race is exactly the same, but just different filters. That's why you're seeing different symbols. But what happens is that you will get a top 10 list automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day, okay? Now, I started this race in the pre-market. So, but CYCN, that 18, that means CYCN won 18 races, RENX 5 races, etc. And the other side, Intel has won 3 races. That RGC we just talked about has won 2 races. Now, I am starting this race when I load Trade Ideas, okay? I'm going to show you, because if you load it from my homepage right now, the race will not start until 9:30 Eastern Time. I've decided I want to run this race the minute I load Trade Ideas, which is always before 9:30. Okay, so that's why, and I can show you if you want to. You don't have to make that change, but if you do want to, you can make that change also. So what does this 4.89% mean? It means that since the race started a minute and a half ago, this stock has moved the most, percentage-wise, excuse me. Now CYCN has moved the most. Okay, it's like any other. So CYCN now is taking over the top position though. And it's like any other race. So there will be a winner at the end of the race. Still has 2 minutes to go. So CYCN again has moved 6%. Now, The races can be used for pullbacks. These are not necessarily stocks at the high of the day. You can see CYCN, it's moving again. It's right at, it's above the VWAP. Sometimes, some of you who have some trading experience, you might have some moving averages on your chart. Maybe it's hit a moving average and then it pops, as an example. Okay, these are not stocks that have to be at the high of the day. So a couple things: you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. Click on it. You see a race, you see something leading a race. Click on it, see what's happening. In fact, anything in here, click on it, see what's happening. Let's take a look at YSS, see what's happening. Well, you can see that it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP, acting as support. It hasn't moved much since the race started, but it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP as support. Any stock that has won a race, click on it, see what's happening. You don't know until you click on it. Here's the RENX. Now, this has been pretty wild. I mean, it had a beautiful pop up, came back down, and then, the three level seems to be holding a couple of times. So maybe it'll give us another opportunity. Mask was a big one yesterday, as I recall. Mask, yeah, big one yesterday. So it's above yesterday's close. Sorry, it does not. It's just 3 cents below. And there's the VWAP. So I mean, you can arguably, if it takes out the VWAP, it could go on a run. So you could put a price alert around the VWAP and see if it takes it out. So if you're looking at this for the first time or relatively new to all this, you have to be asking yourself, well, why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these stocks showing up here? I will right click in the body of the race and open top list. One of the options is to open the top list. All races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, look, it says launch real-time stock race. Okay. So all races start from a top list window. In this top list window, these are the stocks that I want to see. As long as the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded minimum, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll show up in this list of stocks. Okay. And what I've done here is I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. That's what the C% means. So CYCN from yesterday's close has moved 341%. AGPU 83%, etc. You can rank them. And that is still a use of a top list window if you want to use it like this, okay? Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, etc. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So this is the change from the opening trade of the day. If I double left click, AGPU has moved 64%. And look, CYCN is actually, it's only moved 22% since its opening trade of the day. Must have gapped up the first trade. First print must have been pretty high. Okay. So again, you can sort on any column as long as you've got the column header, of course. So the beauty of the race, though, is this. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks since the race started. Now, most of the time, you're going to see these stocks, in the race all day long because, look, these stocks people are watching them all day long. I mean, a stock, CYCN, that has traded 181 million shares, with whatever it has in the float, 3.7 million in the float. I mean, that's astronomical. So of course, this is going to be a stock that is going to be followed all day long. AGPU, the same sort of thing. But What if Fly is up what 8% right now? What if all of a sudden Fly was up 9%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list? How would you know? Well, you don't have to worry. You don't have to sort of try to eyeball anything that's moving up. That's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most percentage wise. Okay. So hopefully it's starting to make a little bit of sense now that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and launch the race based on that. You can also run a race based on a watch list that you create of stocks that you want to follow. Could be a basket of stocks that you like to follow all the time. Maybe you've got 15, 20, 25 stocks that you want to follow all the time. You know, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, etc. Whatever those stocks could be. Or maybe it's a group of stocks that, you know, when the market closes today, maybe you do some evening work and you say to yourself, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. And you can run a race based on those stocks. You create a watch list, a symbol list, attach it to the top list window, and then you launch the race, and it'll only be based on those stocks. So there's lots of things you can do. Now look how big this list is. Okay, well, normally this list is not that big, but on a day when the market is up again, not quite as big, but a lot of times when we see this list of stocks, it's not up, you know, you might only get about 10 stocks. Now, understand, these lists are dynamic. They're not static. In other words, when you see the list, that's not it for the day. You know, even here, stocks can come, as you know, maybe they drop out because they're not meeting the filter requirements anymore. This race here has tougher filters, but look how it just expanded. And these are, you know, has tougher filters. Looking for stocks between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares minimum, up 2% from yesterday's close. Kind of the same here. This is where it gets. This is why it certainly becomes, especially if the market were down, you would see maybe only, you know, 5 stocks. But this position in days range, see where it says 90, 95. If that's at 100, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So when I put 95 there, these are stocks near the high of the day. I also have also added a market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. These don't have that. That's why these are way more wide open. And look how big this list is today. Goes to show that you know, there are a lot of large cap stocks that are really moving well today and near the highs of the day. Now, let's just say you took one of my either of these two races, but you didn't like, you know, my parameters. Okay, so here's what you can do. So here's how you don't even have to create a race from complete scratch. In other words, build your top list from scratch. So let's take this one. I'm going to duplicate it so I don't stop the race. That's how duplicators. Okay, see where the gear is? You can click on that gear, and here's a couple of quick fixes. Well, changes if you want to make them. So maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you want, you know, 1 in 10, 5 and 50, whatever it is. You can make the change right here. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. But if you do want to get in, but if you click on the advanced, you're going to see all the filters that I'm using, which is only one more. You know, it says 2%, up 2% from yesterday's close. You know, maybe you don't like that. Maybe you take it out. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add some of your favorite filters in here. Okay, and then you can completely customize it, and then you say okay, and you're ready to go. So you've customized without having to create a race from scratch or a top list from scratch and then launch it. You can take one of mine, make the adjustments right here, and then say okay, and then the race is going to be based on your parameters. And one other thing I just want to show you. Again, all this is in the guide. See, the race is stopped. I'm going to start the race, and if I click on the box, the race will stop. If I click on the gear, the race will stop too, but I'm going to click on the box and the race stops. It's now red. Now, if I right click in the body and I click on the show race setup, here's how you can, now don't get overwhelmed by all this, but here's how you can control how long you want your race to run. Again, I'm running a 4 minute race. That's what I picked. Doesn't have to be what you want. Okay, you can pick the how long you want your race to run. And then this is the other change that I have made to this race. Notice I have when if you load it, it'll say auto start at time will be checked, and it'll say 9:30 all times Eastern. Okay, that's what I wanted before. I wanted my race to start at 9:30. I've made a change now. I've checked auto start on load. What that means is when I load trade ideas, that's when my race is going to start. So if I load it in during the pre-market, that's when my race is going to start. If I load it later on for whatever reason, I'm really delayed. I load it at 10 o'clock, that's when it's going to start. So that's what I've done. You don't have to do the same thing if you don't want to, but that's what you can do. So if you have any questions about the racing and all that, and I think it's an excellent for people, especially because it develops a top 10 list for you, and you can just maybe concentrate on these stocks. That's it. There's a lot happening at Trade Ideas, or can be happening. I mean, people can get overwhelmed by all the information coming at them. Usually, if you're overwhelmed by all the information, it means you have too many alert windows open. You got to pare down. But I like the idea of this. It's a top 10 list. This is and if I were starting out, I would probably maybe want to concentrate more in this race because again, while this race gives you a lot more sort of bang for the buck in terms of the percentage moves, the volatility can be very extreme. I'm not saying it's not volatile at all, but I mean, because they're larger cap stocks, larger floats, etc. They're just not as volatile. You're not usually, ADTN. Not that that's a huge market cap, but usually you're not going to see all of a sudden ADTN going from 13 down to 12. Monica, of course, try and do short tops and all. I mean, when the market's doing this, I mean, it's not as, you know, it's not quite as easy. I mean, the market is not on our side. So I'm not saying that shorting tops today is the way to go. You probably won't get the biggest move. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at some of these ones that are down. Running counter to the market. So ARCAT is down. It's a drone play. So I mean, if things sort of subside over there, these drone plays are not going to be quite as interesting. Well, that's probably the reason why ARCAT is moving down. RCAT. However, maybe it's going to bounce. Another one that is not shortable for me, AgClue. Now, I mean, on the monthly chart, of course, it has a ton of room. On the weekly chart, it has not a ton, but a lot of room, and that's the AGPU. Any news on this one? Outlines 7.7 million in contracted 2026 income a 12 million following $12 million in signed contract value. All right, probably a low float. Actually, I mean it's low, but it's not crazy low. 20 million in the float. All right, guys. Now this TH, I mean, it had another. I mean, it's an eye-catching press release. I have no idea, what this actually means to the company. Signing a surging after a $550 million pact for a data center over 5 years. I don't know what that means for the company exactly, but it's an eye-catching press release. And yeah, it took out the VWAP around 1225. Todd. Yeah, just give me a moment, please, guys. I want to contact my wife. So give me a moment. I'll just put the announcement. I'll be on mute. Just very briefly. All right, guys, I am now back. Okay. Now, interestingly, it doesn't happen too often, but RGC is showing up in both of these races. RGC is here in the volatile race, and it's also here. He just won the last race, or won the last race, but he just won four races. I'm looking at a top here, but I don't like that spread. I mean, the spread is horrible. 37.70 is not good. And even if it tightened, doesn't mean it's going to stay tightened. So I might have to just forget it. I was thinking about maybe a shot at shorting the top of it, but I don't like the spread at all. All right, guys. Now this could be interesting. Look at APLD. APLD though is sitting on the VWAP. Okay, APLD is sitting right on the VWAP. Okay, will that VWAP hold it? Will that act as support? It's up 6%. I don't know if I had any news on it. It's going to report. Is that April 8th? I think that's April 8th. Next week, it's going to report earnings next week. But it's sitting right on the VWAP. Will that act as support, or will it plow through it? Look at that, and that's a 41% move. A 41% move in this race, guys. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I think there's something wrong there. There's no way that's a 31% move since the start of the race. And I want to run this race. I want to see if there's a big difference here. Okay. Well, if you're saying AG might be topping out, let's take a look at silver. Silver is basically flat today. SLV is basically flat today, up 18 cents. SLV is. Wow, look at the SPY, guys. I mean, we're getting relatively close to the back to the 200-day moving average. Who'd have thunk it in 2 days after this 4 days straight down? Yeah, I mean, I just can't get into the RGC, unfortunately. I mean, that spread is keeping me out. I mean, it's not, I guess it's not horrendous for a $35 stock, but it's just keeping me out. So I know, Todd, you got very excited there and you forgot to type in an N. So Todd is talking CYCN. Okay, CYCN 685. Okay, well, yeah, there's a little buy flag there. I mean, yeah, it's not having a great day at all. RENX was excellent though. I mean, I had to you had an alert at 280, and before it pulled back, it got all the way up to 349. But it's pulled back. I'm trying to see. I'm looking at the re-entries now. All right. Now the other way to look at these, okay, if you get used to using the races at all, you'll be looking at these stocks, and then what'll happen is you might see a stock. Wait a minute, I haven't seen that stock all day. And I just saw one here. I can't remember what it was, but I just saw it. Oh, CWAB yeah, CYAB. I haven't seen. I don't think I've seen that one all day long. And yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, CYAB hanging over two. It's over the VWAP. It's ugly looking on a 2-minute chart, though. So probably why I wouldn't want to take it. But J Bio, I don't think I've seen J Bio all day long. Whoa. But another one, I got to stay away from it. I mean, 1519, 1547, bid ask. Got to stay away from it. I have to anyway. All right, Monica, this PPTA is looking a little frisky. Okay, I mean, it's got, where's the high rate there? 29.75. So it's above that. Well, it still has a little bit of room. We'll put a price alert just underneath the 30 mark, see if it comes back. Boy, earlier the nukes were the NLR was the top sector. Okay, one of the top sectors. Now look at it. Where are you? Oh, it still is. I'm sorry, it still is. For some reason, SMR is just getting uh, kicked here a bit. SMR being kicked here a bit. Is this just SMR or is it all of them? Let me take a look at NNE. There's something specific to SMR so far. OKLO. I want to check the other nukes. Yeah. So for some reason, SMR. I don't know if they're doing a financing or they had some news. Other than lawyers wanting you to join a class action lawsuit. Well, yeah, MGRT, but it's now halted on the way down. So just looking here, I haven't even look how many halts. So it's had 7 halts today so far. All right, guys, 40 minutes to the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin will start. Not he doesn't take over my YouTube stream, so he starts his own. So once Pepe gives me the link. All right, guys, ARTL. We haven't seen this one for a while. This was a very, very active stock. Their high yesterday was 1031, so there was certainly room for ARTL. It's just over 9 now. Another bad spread, 893, 905. Terrible spread. Well, SMR, my goodness, this is just really selling off here. SMR, the next high or low looking left is 1024. So there is some room to that low. All right, guys, you know what? I haven't looked at Bitcoin for a while. So Bitcoin's around 68,000, 68.7 thousand. How can it pop? MLG. Which one is that? ML. What's the symbol? MLGO? Milagro? Funny, I haven't seen this one. I don't think I've seen this one at all. The reason, okay, well, the next high, 410, so it's above that right now. That's the next high here. On the weekly chart, the next high is 483. So I mean, there could be some stalling around there, 465. So between 465 and 5 could be some stalling. Just looking at a weekly chart. What do I think about Kodak? See what it's doing. I mean, this is sort of a weird one. I mean, it had earnings a few days ago, and since then it's been on a nice run. Like most of the market, it was down. 2 days ago. I mean, I don't know what else to think about it. 967 is the next high. We're talking about an intraday trade. I mean, but 967 is the next high. Looking left, it could stall there. That was yesterday. I'm sorry, that was the high on Monday. Well, you know what? I mean, the market has not. This is a pretty tight range now, I mean, compared to what we're used to, a pretty tight range on those bars for the SPY and just hugging that wave now. I think that's the high in the pre-market is here, 850. I think that was the high. Why not put a price alert in that area? I think the reason why we're getting some of these big percentages, it's looking at the change from the close as opposed to the open. And I had to do that so I could see them in the pre-market. Okay, I've seen this one, LOCL, seen it in this list, most of the day. Take a look at it, LOCL. Yeah, you don't like this, at all. Look at this, 2-minute chart. Look how spotty it is. Looks like that is it for the CYCN, guys. I mean, it looks like it. I mean, well, okay. If it holds the VWAP and bounces off, I'm gonna put a price alert in the VWAP area. You never know, might bounce off the VWAP later on. You know, TH is looking still pretty good. Again, that press release, eye-catching. The high up here was 1330. We're just over 13 now, 1303, 1305 on the bid ask. Oops. Okay, now market little bit of a downturn now. Okay, coming out of this kind of consolidation, the big challenge: will that VWAP act as support? Okay, now, oh AJ, look at play here. Well, you definitely hurt its feelings. Orla, okay, let's take a look at Orla. Why I'm picking some of these that are just over the whole number, okay, Orla. You know, I love those, just over the whole number or underneath. I'm gonna look into short. Problem with Orla for me is that when you look left, it's got some areas where I think it's stall. Not too far away. 1721, not too far away. So with that in mind, you too, Steve. So according to Steve, who told me that Dan Merkin will definitely be starting a YouTube stream. He has a new race to tease you guys with, okay? A new race. So I'll take a look at it, see what his race is. So that'll be in about a little less than 30 minutes from now, guys. Normally he starts at around 5 2 or so, 5 to 12. So when we as in Pepe gets the YouTube link, I'll put it in all the rooms. Remember, if you're in YouTube now, you have to go to another stream. Okay, guys, I'm watching this ARIS, ARIS, in case it's sort of topping out. It's getting close to in my opinion, a pretty psychological whole number 20. Monica, let's see if it gets even closer to 20. The ARIS, ARIS, mainly because of the whole number. The 20. Any news on this one? I don't think there's any news on it. It's just a gold play. Now, gold is strong, so it might be the wrong thing to do. Gold is strong, so it may be the wrong thing to try. And the SPY. So the SPY did take out that high. Okay, the SPY did take out that high in the pre-market. So yeah, so to try to go against the market right now, and also the sector might not be the right thing. Because look at gold. I just flashed gold on my screen here. It's not so much I wanted to short at 161. I'm just always looking to see if there's shorts available. It's not a matter of did I want to short it at some point. At some point, have to. But anyway, yeah, there are no shorts available for me. It's not that I thought, okay, I want to short it here. It's just looking at this stock. I mean, eventually it's going to give it up. I mean, of course, the trick is where, but there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. That's all just like the CYCN, no shorts were available for me. Well, unless they just came on, they weren't. This is what I have for AGPU. I can't see the symbol, but that's what I have here, saying there are no shares available. Not at Interactive Brokers, okay? Not at Interactive Brokers. I don't know who your broker is, but at Interactive Brokers, there are no shorts readily available for AGPU. All right, Monica. You see, I mean, this would have been a classic break of the four, and but I mean, it's not. It's still wildly active. I mean, 44 million shares have traded, double the float. I'm talking about the AGPU. All right, guys. Well, probably less than 20 minutes. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream. Certainly by noon, Eastern time. Usually goes to from 12 to 1, sometimes a little bit earlier. Well, just intrigued with the arrows right now. See if it what happens at 20. See if it actually got to 20. Hayek just got halted. HYAC just got halted. HYAC. Ugh, don't even exist. No volume. Hey, oh, that's right. I remember this one. Haymaker acquisition. Nike's having a little bit of a pop here, guys, and I mean a little one, nothing extraordinary, but it's, again, there's the VWAP. Did it get close to the VWAP? 45.60. Actually, it's not that far away. All right, I'm going to make a change to this. This is really going to cut down on a number. Wow. All I did was I added the relative volume of a two, and there's not many large cap stocks. Well, so if I want to see anything, I'm going to have to maybe make it at least one. Wow. Oh, 1.1. Okay, at least that gives me a few more, obviously. Another mining company, guys. I mean, gold and silver. I'm sure. Yeah, look at gold. Gold's on a bit of a run here now. Gold, GLD, and what's silver doing? On a little more choppy run, but gold definitely is on a nice little smooth run. GLD. So if you've got any gold stocks, actually, it looks the same as silver. I shouldn't say that. Silver had that little dip too. So yeah, remember in the morning I was talking about the space stock. So rising after a report of Musk's SpaceX confidentially filing for U.S. IPO. Well, they said they would do it this week. They would file for it when could be value the company 1.75 trillion dollars. Okay, where is that one though? Here it is, DXYZ. I'm surprised it's not just ripping. Because according to what we've been able to read about this company, they own 16% of SpaceX. So I mean, it is up 8%, but All right now, guys, TH is shortable for me, and it broke underneath 13, broke underneath 13. I wish Monica were around right now. All right, this one halted again or resumed MJRT. So it's been halted how many times now? 11 times, halted 11 times. We're just kind of chopping around quite a bit. Bad spread. Look at the spread 50, 51, 12, 11, 51, 12, 20 now. Terrible spread. Rhyme was on my list this morning, RYM. I haven't seen it flash anywhere. Yeah, not much volume though, not much volume. Look at it. I mean, it's 7 times normal. I get that, but 136,000 shares. That's it. Another 20-cent spread. I mean, it won't matter if it tacks on $2 or $3, but ah, okay. Thank you, Pepe. So Dan his okay. So he's getting ready to display his screen pretty soon. Thank you, Pepe. So this is the YouTube link to listen to Dan. He'll start his stream very soon. You can go there now if you want to just queue in. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube, okay, I just put the link in. He's not taking over my stream. Normally, what happens between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over my stream, but Dan likes to run his own. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube, you can go there. He's not talking yet, but the screen he's just getting set up. Okay, so it's 11:53. When he starts, I'll take my break. So I'm going to put my announcement up here. Okay, so he's not talking yet, but he is displaying his screen. All right, so I'm hearing his mic. All right, guys. Keep an eye on fun, guys. Fun is trying to bounce off 18, FUN, trying to bounce off 18 now. Market is still moving higher. Yeah, shorting tops, not the way to go today. Problem is, I can't find too many bounce plays like stocks that are coming way off the bottom. VG maybe, but look at the sector it's in. It's in the energy sector, and if you look at XLE, I mean, taking a big hit, 3.8 down 3.8%. So I've had 3 down days for XLE. There goes fun, guys. FUN. There goes fun off 18. And the airline should be, yeah, they should be happy. Lower fuel costs. Well, let's hope so, William. Jeez. Boy, Nike just cannot. I thought maybe Nike might make a stronger attempt at the VWAP up to the area, but nope. All right, I hear Dan. So, okay, I hear Dan. So I would, if anybody can get that link, he says he's going to have a new race. I wouldn't mind taking a look at it. So if somebody gets that link and maybe puts it in the room, that'd be great. If not, I'll get it from somebody else, of course. Okay, guys, I'm on my break now, so I have to mute myself in the in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if Dan is quite finished yet, but he must be wrapping up. Did he put a link in for the new race that he was demonstrating by any chance? Wouldn't mind having you take a look at it if he did. Hmm. Market is still hanging in there, guys. Boy, we have not. This is one of the first days. Well, I guess yesterday we could call yesterday. But I think even yesterday we had a bit of a pullback at one point, and then boom. But we haven't had any pullback at all. I'll expand it a little bit. So, argue these two little pullbacks, but certainly we've been basically nicely, steadily, straight up. And we are getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average, which is right here, right there. So we still have about 5 points to go on the SPY anyway. Wonder if Ozzy will show back or show up here again. Always like to hear his take on what Dan said about the money machine, etc. If he's going to show up here again. I'm looking at some stocks that are down, and I'm just looking to see if most of them I just don't want to seem to bounce. The market is so strong today. They just don't seem to want to bounce. There's AT&T, T. I was watching this one right here with a bounce here, 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 here. So, Obi, are you willing to keep the room open after I leave today? Just let me know. Don't have to, of course. If you got something to do, by all means, take off. But if you are, just let me know. Okay. Otherwise, I'll shut the room down probably around 2 o'clock Eastern time today. All right, guys. Well, let's see. 103. I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. And I'll be quick. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, right at the very top here, there's a promo code. You get 25% off. First month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whether you choose our standard or our premium subscriptions. You'll get the 25% off the first months of either of those or the entire year of either of those. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Why? Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the trading room. So probably not too many people left in YouTube right now, but if you, this is a more Call it a little more advanced room, a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. It's also free, so you don't have to worry about that. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi. And on a typical day when I leave, sometime between 2 and 2:30, William keeps the room open after I leave, but today William is not around now. So I'm still trying to get a word from Obi if he's going to keep it open. If he doesn't, that's fine. When he leaves, though, I shut down. Keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And guess what? It's free. Education. If you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're wondering about taking out a subscription, click on the education section, the more info, and you can take a look at these videos. Now, it's mandatory if you took out a subscription, you must do this first, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. You don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try us on a monthly basis. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos. There are 15 of them for you if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans, etc., they're not all scans, technically speaking. But if you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section right here. So here's the large cap gainers is over here. The biggest gainers, this is the more volatile race, is here. Right underneath here, tucked in, is the upside versus downside movers. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. In green, real-time alert of new high of the day, and red, real-time alert of a new low of the day. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, and I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan, and the William up and down scan. Okay. So I went over that pretty quickly, but if you have any questions, please ask away. Don't think you're interrupting me. And another little leg up now for the SPY. Another little leg up. Yeah, quiet group today, guys. No questions. Hardly any, anyway. I can't answer that question exactly, Alan. But as far as Brokerage Plus goes, does it have? I mean, I don't have a list of all the stocks, of course, that IB can short. I mean, if you're comparing it to Centerpoint, Cobra, or Trade Zero, no. But those three brokerages specialize. I would say that in the past, IB always had a reputation of having certainly a decent inventory of shorts. But if you're looking for the ones that are real low float stocks having shorts, I would say that most of the time IB is not going to have them. I'm always surprised every now and then. Somebody says, "Oh, I've got shorts at Fidelity or E Trade," when a Brokerage Plus doesn't. But I'm happy enough. Let's put it this way: I'm happy enough not that it doesn't bother me. Like it does. Does IB have shorts for CYCN? No. Does it bother me? Not really. I mean, sure. In retrospect, you go look at that and go, man, what a great short from 853 down here. But you would have had to withstand a lot of chopping around. But anyway, can I short most of the stocks that I want to short? Yes. Well, only serious day trading if you're looking for shorts, okay? IB is serious. I mean, don't get, it's a serious, call it day trading brokerage. But if you are if you're bound and determined to find a, some brokerage with almost for sure having shorts, well, Centerpoint, Cobra. I don't know about Trade Zero as much, but and I think Centerpoint is the I want to call Centerpoint sort of the leader. I think they've been around longer, but it is more costly. Obi, you're um, you're ignoring me. Don't be afraid to answer. I just need to know if you're going to stick around after I leave. If you're not, that's fine. Oh, Fidelity, yeah. Well, yeah, Fidelity. Well, a lot of the brokers are doing that now. Even interactive brokers are now not only not having shorts, but they're blocking people from buying stocks. However, I don't know about Fidelity, but certainly Thinkorswim. You can at the beginning of the year you can basically sign something saying, you know what, I know you want to block me from buying certain stocks, but I'm going to waive that. Okay, so you don't have to do it every time. You sort of sign a waiver for the year. I don't believe Interactive Brokers has that. Nope. Okay, so Obi is not sticking around. So when I leave, guys, that's it. So I might only be here for another hour or so. Again, I will stick around if there are questions. Now, I have to admit, I have not had that big a problem with IB, even on not allowing me to buy well, the stocks that they're preventing. A lot of times they've already moved so fast that even if I wouldn't be taking them. But I haven't had like it hasn't ticked me off a lot. Well, if William were here, boy, oh boy, Meta's had a couple of nice days, hasn't it? I mean, Meta, this is the two-time Meta, and that's up 7%. So Meta must be up almost 3.5%. Yeah, 3.5%. So what a nice 3 days Meta has had. You're speaking it well, yeah, but it's a more expensive one. The ones they tend to block are the real low float China, Singapore stocks. I mean, there could be some USA stocks, but it's typically they're very low float stocks. Not AXTI. I mean, I mean, it's not a huge float, but however, I am amazed. I didn't. I mean, the last time I saw AXTI was up here, and that was an all-time high 2 days ago. Now, 2 days ago, that's when the market really. But I'm amazed it got up here. But now, where's the bottom? I mean, the next low looking left is 45.77 on the daily chart. So this is, on 2 days where the market has ripped higher. Yesterday was a modest day, but today, the market's still moving higher. This is moving down. So this is this substrate sector. An Interactive Broker, I mean, there are 1.22 million shares available to short for AXTI. So, yeah, and I've been concentrating on trying to short tops off these, and now today is not a day to do it. I actually found a few yesterday, even though the market was even ripping higher, but I was able to find a few yesterday that actually worked out quite well. Not today. I've taken, some things that you haven't seen me do. I took a short on the CSTM when it broke underneath 22, or sorry, 20, 27, right around here. But just I've got to, the market's too strong. Well, the problem with Interactive Brokers, are you AJ? I can't remember. Are you in Canada with me? I think so, right? Oh, USA. Well, then you don't. I no. Then I would not use Interactive Brokers. I would try TradeStation. I would try Alpaca. I would probably steer clear of E-Trade. I don't trust them. The reason why you want to try Alpaca or TradeStation is that they're zero commission. Okay. Yeah, the TradeStation has been around forever. Okay, and I think they're very, very. I used to have TradeStation was available in Canada many, many years ago, and I had it. And it's a great looking. Yeah, the problem with E-Trade though, from our point of view, is it's not as far as well. Chris always says it's not as reliable. Okay, that's not as reliable for us in using it with Brokers Plus. The problem with Interactive Brokers is that the Interactive Brokers that you need to work with. Well, I can't tell you that, PJ. Chris is the one that sees all the stuff that comes in. He deals with Brokers Plus all the time. I couldn't tell you. I don't have E-Trade, but every time somebody comes in with an E-Trade issue with Brokerage Plus, I'm not saying E-Trade on its own. I'm just talking about how we interact with it. Anyway, let me get back. So, Interactive Brokers, you cannot use their commission-free or light version, whatever they call it. You have to be using their whatever they call their pro version, okay? And that's half a cent a share with Brokerage Plus. So the only two that I would recommend are Alpaca and TradeStation. The states, your country. Alpaca's out of I couldn't tell you what city, but Alpaca's out of your country somewhere. All right, guys. So I don't know how long I've been on mute. I had my mic on mute. I know PJ and I were talking about interactive or E-Trade and all that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 16. Everybody's a comedian. I thought I pulled a pretty good one this morning. All right. So this is 10 times genomics. Okay. TXG, moving higher and higher. This is emotion. No, it wouldn't have been emotional. I didn't I say I'm tired of you guys, so I'm taking off. That's it. Goodbye. I wanted to make it harsh. I didn't want to get all weepy. I leave here. I'm never going to think of you guys once. Stuff like that. Yeah, that's how I played it, PJ. Okay, Fig. Oh, this is not Fig. This is FG, F&G Annuities and Life Inc. Never heard of them before. Maybe this one has a chance here. I mean, it's already had a nice little run. This one meaning LW. It's trying to come back. There's the VWAP at around $40. So it's kind of a little less than 50 cents to the VWAP. All right, guys. EEIQ. This is on the move. Another one now, right into the VWAP. Will that stall it? Will that stall it? I mean, it's right into the VWAP, EEIQ, but no shorts available for me. Well, Poe, I'm trying to find one for you. Some cheap, nonsensical one. How's the NCI doing? Actually, I thought this was a lot lower today. It only got down to no, no, no. What was NCI? Wow. So I mean, this hit what 27 cents or so. About 32 cents, and you're at 78 cents now. I mean, not you, but it is at. No, this has got a little bit of room, guys. It's First Watch Restaurant Group, FWRG. The high yesterday was 1090, so it's at that high. The next high looking left is 1147. So takes out 11. I don't know. It might. It's been on a beautiful run. I don't know. I don't know why. Raymond James coverage with a price of $20 price target. So that's a pretty. Excuse me. That's a pretty aggressive price target, but double from where it is now. So actually, I don't think I realized this. This is actually an earnings play, this AGPU. It's an earnings play, but I don't know what they said in their earnings, but outline 7.7. I know I talked about this or I mentioned this about some contracts they have upcoming. High of the day was way up here at 417. So I mean, it's got a shot, guys. I mean, it's over the VWAP now. This is over the VWAP. One of these ones that if I, volume, some volumes coming in actually, leading a race right now. Well, guys, I mean, listen, it's just over the VWAP, holding over the VWAP right now. I'm talking about the AGPU. Come on, okay, AGPU, can you get through 350? Ah, okay, great, Todd. I hope you put a great as you how would you rate the reply? I hope you, said great. Some people accidentally go not good, and they can't change it. But thank you for that. That is correct, Ali. There are no, you cannot put a sound alert on a topless window. You are correct. Okay? So you're not, losing your mind or your brain is not misfunctioning. You cannot put because, the topless window is not designed for that. The reason why you have an alert because it's an event, okay, in the scans, in the alert windows. It's an event that you create. Here's my filters. Okay, you tell me when a stock makes a new high. You tell me when a stock makes a new low or a new 5-minute high. You tell me and you alert me to that. Topless windows are just, they're constantly shuffling up and down. Okay, so it's not the same when I like the stocks in a topless window can be shuffling up and down. You'll go crazy if even if we allowed some kind of an alert. But at least what you were able to do is you were able to take a topless window and turn it into an alert window with a trigger using the collaboration and all. It's just a shortcut. I mean, otherwise, obviously, you could just start from scratch with your alert window, but it's just a nice shortcut to be able to sort of copy the top list and then paste it into an alert window and then create a an event, whatever that event's going to be, a new high, new low, etc. I sort of forgot. I mean, the 350 mark, the 50-cent mark with the stocks under a five can be a bit of a challenge to get through. Look what it did. It got right to it, and but it's stalling right now. Oh, let me make sure, Ali, you were able to recreate it, right? The surging up topless, and when you say and try to recreate, so you did recreate it in an alert window, right? You didn't. I'll show you how, but okay. Just sort of rereading what you said. I want to make sure that you actually knew how to do that. So, did anybody show up and listen to Dan? And if so, did he give you guys a link for for his race? And if so, maybe you could paste it in here, paste the link in here, the cloud link. If he did actually give you guys a link. Oh, thank you, Fizi. Okay, let me just take a look at it. Thank you very much. Super Float, the one. Okay, that's what he's calling it. All right. I just like to take a look to see what he's done. Aha. Oops. Hmm. Float turnover. So it wasn't a race. It was just a topless window. So turning the float over twice. Okay. In the upper end of the day's range, 800,000 current. Okay. So nothing showing up here right now. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So I was looking for the race, but thank you, if easy. I'm just looking for the race. I just want to see what it looks like. Oh, so there are a lot more. Okay. Oh, he's putting in a spread filter. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So he's using the EPS to EPS filter to get rid of. Well, I'm going to watch this one. I just want to see what it looks like. And he's running a 180-minute race. Well, that's interesting. 3-hour race. Has to be a reason for that. Like 180 minutes? I mean, I'm not against having fewer stocks, but I'm trying to figure out the rationale behind running a 3-hour race. Basically, just 2 races for the day, yeah, during market hours. Okay, guys, I'm gonna be watching. What was it, Pepe? You don't have to answer, but what was his rationale for this 3-hour race? Was it just so that because there will be so few stocks, and so if you're using the money machine, you're not getting in and out of very many stocks over the course of the? Okay. Well, I would have put my hand up. Dear Dan, how come a 3-hour race? Keep an eye on this one, guys. If it can get some volume, AGPU, if it can get some volume and just break through 350, you keep quiet these days. Well, I wasn't actually asking. I wasn't suggesting you do it, but keep an eye on this one, guys. If it can break through 350 on volume, the volume is subsiding, but the high of the day is way up here at 416, so 418. So just need some volume to come back. Right now, there's no volume. Yeah, I don't understand this, so I'm going to sorry, delete it. But thanks for the links, guys. Man, oh man, I've missed the boat on this one. I mean, this is just moving higher, 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 and higher. SST, and it just got halted. So, how many halts is that? That is actually the first halt of the day. I'm surprised. So let's see where it could open. 486. No big clue here. So here's your halt price for the SST 486, and no big clue as to where it could open. Remember, blue window, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. An old vintage bag. Okay, now market's starting to wind down a little bit. That's the first sell flag we've seen. Maybe all day. There's 9:30. We haven't had one all day on the 5 minute anyway. Little sell flag on the TI wave. Hmm. Well, it's certainly at the VWAP now, AGPU. Will it hold it? Will it hold? I'm a little surprised. I thought that little move right there. I figured that it had the one challenge at 350. I thought that little move right there that it got back up to 350. I think I thought that might do it. Up and through, it just didn't do it. Is it really? Yeah, you were right. The POC, yes. You see the POC for MGT, MGRT. Pepe, do you see that one? If you, I'm looking for MGRT. So that was a nice one taking out right here and then moving about, wow, moved almost a dollar. Pulled back now, and if you've got the same look that I've got, it's at the bottom of the zone. It was at the bottom of the zone, which is almost ideal. The so-called value zone. Okay, SST just came out of the halt and it did pop. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Looks like it's gonna get halted again. If this spread remains at a penny, well, maybe not, maybe not. Now, if you look at that one, you look at the SST. Now that's a while back, but that was at 381. Now it is a moving target, okay? I mean, it does move, but that was at 381. Did this have any news? I'm trying to. Yeah, no, there's no news that I can see for SST. What do they do? End-to-end responsive acquisition marketing platform. Okay. Now look at this. I mean, right, and it's not shortable for me now. Right into the 200-day moving average. Well, now will that stall it? I mean, it's right at the 200-day, 528. That's the 200-day. If that stalls it, print this chart out, okay, to show you the power of the 200-day. Now, I may not stall it. And remember, we call this the zone of the, it popped a little bit above it, but right now that 200-day moving average is looks like it's stalling it, but I have no shorts available, so Oh, it may not matter. See the volume that came in. That's what we needed for the other one, the AGPU. Need a big volume burst. See how I mean look how dormant it was. I mean, these volumes are still probably pretty good, but this look at the volume are look I'm on the 5 and the 2. Look how they're standing out. Well, let's say it takes that out. Where could it go? Got up to 548. Where could it go on the weekly chart? The next high is 6, a little over 6. Well, guys, it's 2 o'clock. So unless there are some questions, I'm probably going to take off. For those of you in YouTube, anybody left in YouTube, I just want to give you the link. And taking off meaning I'm going to have to shut the room down. Okay, so you want to keep me around, ask some questions. Otherwise, I'm going to shut the room. I have to shut the room down because Obi is got other things he has to do, so he will not be keeping the room open. So maybe what I'll do is I'll keep my layout up and running because I'm not necessarily leaving. I'm going to be looking at a few things. May come in and out, so I might leave my layout running. But again, I won't be on the mic, obviously. Leave it up and running for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. So for YouTubers, that is my homepage link. Okay, so if you're anybody who's still left in YouTube, you want to come over to the main room, click on my homepage link and just scroll down a little bit. And right here, the trading room. Okay, it's free also, so you don't have to worry about that. It is free. Now, if I do take off and shut everything down, the trading room will be open. This room will be open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the room. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock. So, but this room, if you're looking for some interaction amongst with traders during the pre-market, come into this room. It'll be open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Whoa, you're right. The SPY now is taking a bit of a downturn. You know what? That's my cue to leave. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch the SPY go negative. Wouldn't that be something? See if there's any little news headline that hit. Hmm. All right, guys, don't say any questions. So actually, I think I am going to just shut down. So sorry about that, but I'm going to shut down. So we'll see you everybody tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning on the mic. Now that tomorrow, remember, tomorrow is the last day of trading this week. Markets are closed on Good Friday, so there is that. So I'm going to shut the session down right now.